Good evening and welcome to the Board of Education regular meeting for Ventura Unified School District for Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022. I'd like to call this meeting to order and have an adoption of the agenda. Dr. Rice, is there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, unfortunately, staff's recommending two changes. One is on item 11 under good news, we're going to need to reschedule the introduction of Dr. Mayra Vega Manriquez, who's our newly appointed Deputy Director of Special Education. There's no news yet, but we're hoping it's for a good reason that we need to reschedule this. We'll keep you guys posted on that. And then also we are pulling item 16A to give staff more time to research the intricacies of how that proposed item affects other items. So we're going to need some more time on that one.
Great, thank you. And with that, I'll call for a motion for the roll call vote for adoption of agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax,
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Callahan,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
That brings us to public comment on closed session items. Ms. Queros, do we have any any public comments for closed session items?
At this time, if anyone has public comment, please use the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. We do not have any public comment this evening. Thank you.
And Dr. Rice, I see your hand is up. All right, we'll entertain a motion to go to closed session where we'll be discussing 6A, Conference with Labor Negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, 6B, Pupil Matters pursuant to Education Code Section 35146, 48916, 48918, approval for administrative recommendation regarding student expulsion, number 22-09, and 6C, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Government Code Section 54957, and 6D, Public Employment Appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Well, second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax,
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Callahan,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now go to closed session. We will hopefully be back by 7 p.m. Public, so we will see you then. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Education regular meeting for Ventura Unified School District on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022. I am Board President Matt Alvarez, and I would like everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Right hand over your heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Dom, if you could take roll call, please.
Sure, I'd be happy to. President Matt Alvarez.
Here.
Vice President Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Amy Callahan.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Velma Lomax.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Roger Rice.
Here.
Student Board Member Ella Haas.
Here.
Student Board Member Logan Bogus. I saw you. And Student Board Member Nina Segura.
Here.
Thank you.
Brings us to agenda item number 10, report of action taken in closed session. There was action taken in closed session tonight. In closed session, the board took action to approve the appointment of Dr. Soledad Molinar as the Director of Elementary Education. The roll call vote was as follows. Trustee Rodriguez made the motion, seconded by Trustee Lomax, and it passed with a 5-0 approval. Congratulations. And that brings us to agenda item number 11, the superintendent's report. Earlier tonight, we did remove the good news portion of Deputy Director of Special Education, Dr. Mayra Vega Manriquez. We will bring that back. And it's all yours, Dr. Rice.
Well, first, just let me say how excited I am to add Dr. Soledad Molinar in her new role. So welcome to your new role. Super excited to have you working more closely with us. And I do want to say something for the benefit of our employees and our public. Dr. Molinar brings with her just a passion and an expertise in supporting English learners and all that they bring to the table, including their communities, their families. And one of the most exciting things about her appointment into this new position is that is going to bring those efforts front and center. This is not a shift away from that. It's an amplification of that. And Dr. Molinar, we know you're going to do great things in your new role. So just wanted to make that as a public statement. We're really looking forward to seeing the great work that you're going to do. I do have one short item that I'd like to read in terms of good news. And then we'll move on to our student board reports. We do have a Dean's List finalist from Team 3925 Ventura High School in the recent robotics competition. Very excited to announce that Ventura High School student Sarah Malacy was selected as a first Dean's List finalist at the Ventura County Regional Robotics Competition that was held in Port Hueneme March 9th and 12th. Had a chance to meet her there and watch some of the competition myself. And I know that congratulations and kudos goes out to our own Trustee Velma Lomax for the amazing amount of work that she put into that. I saw her running around on her scooter and just directing traffic left and right. Velma, really appreciate all the leadership that you provided.
Could I just say that, just so everyone understands what Sarah's honor is, each team is allowed to nominate 2 students, preferably juniors, because they use this on their college applications, and it does open doors when someone sees that a student is a first Dean's List winner or nominee. And she competed with 35 other teams, 2 people from each team to get this honor, and it automatically propels her to the World Championships, where she will be competing for the world title of Dean's List winner. And so we're trying to figure out how to get her to World Championships so she can compete. But it is truly, truly an honor. And I just have to tell you something about Sarah, that on the first day of our first week's event, she took one of the dignitaries from the Wainimi around and told him what it was all about. So when that dignitary brought another dignitary the second week, they wanted to make sure that Sarah was the one that took him around, or the second day to make sure that Sarah took him around because she did such a great job. So it's not just everyone knows that Sarah is exemplary. She's just awesome. And she's a really great student. So that was an awesome honor. And thank you, Dr. Rice, for being there and seeing what the kids could do and how much has grown. It's amazing. And by the way, I don't do it all. It takes a village. Dr. Rickards on our committee. Sabrina has given us help in the past. Matt, I mean, it takes a whole village. There's so many people. I don't even want to start saying names because I'll forget someone, but it takes a whole village, but these kids are worth it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just to add to that, Sarah's been a member of the team 3925 since her freshman year, and she led the team to the prestigious Chairman's Award in 2021. So just an amazing leader. And we want to just say congratulations to you, Sarah, and to everybody who participated in the first robotics competition. It was great fun. I enjoyed watching. I actually enjoyed watching the kids in the pit more than I did the competitions. It was such an amazing experience to watch them strategize and fix things that were broken and support each other. And then watch our own Dr. Dannenberg running around judging the folks in the pit with some of the other folks. So you're right, Trustee Lomax, it does take a village, and we really had a strong presence of Ventura Unified. So congratulations to you, Sarah, and to everybody who participated in the competition. It was great fun.
And Dr. Rice, sorry, just wanted to add real quick that obviously they also help each other's teams. Like it's really a universal collection of them helping each other. And I just wanted to say that I met Sarah her freshman year when I went to the room one late night a couple different times. And I thought she was a senior, the way that she talked about robotics. And I was blown away about her presence and the way she carried me through the whole room and showed me everything and her passion for it. So I wasn't aware of this award, and it'd be great if we could get her here in a meeting down the line. But what a tremendous! I knew she was going to be doing great things back then. So exciting to see that she was given this award.
And President Alvarez, I'm sorry, I have to add one more thing. The team from Singapore could not make it the first week, and they begged for someone to be a surrogate driver, or some team to be a surrogate driver for them. And they actually shipped their robot to Ventura so someone could drive it. Well, we tried to get teams from Wainimi and over in the Oxnard area to do it, and they just weren't prepared. Now, think about this for a moment. You're doing your race on the second week, and you're preparing your students and your robot for second week. And when no one would step up, Team 3925 stepped up, knowing they had to get their own robot ready for second week, and said, we will surrogate drive first week. And they did, and they did a great job. And Singapore got an award the first week from the judges award for being thinking outside the box and asking somebody to do that. And then second week at 3925 got the gracious professionalism award for stepping up to help. So it takes, like President Alvarez says, it's everybody working together to make it all successful, not just for their own team, it's for all the kids.
Thank you for that, Velma, and Board President Alvarez. I appreciate the comments. Before we move to our student board member reports, I just can't help but welcome all of our principals that we see here on the call this evening. It's great to see you here this evening. So thanks for being with us. With that, Logan, I'm going to let you take it away with the Ventura High School report.
Logan, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. I know I'm throwing a wrench into things, but just see if you can get your mic working. And Dr. Rice, while he does that, maybe we should move over to Buena High School.
Sure. Ella, why don't you go ahead and get started, and Logan, we'll come back to you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I didn't know I shared it with a couple of you guys. Thank you. Just because for some reason, does not like to show pictures. And of course, we want to see that. So hi, I'm Ella Haas again. I'm happy to see you all here. And I'm presenting for Buena High School and what we've been up to lately. Once again, our athletics, amazing. They're doing great. We just had a softball win against Ventura. Our baseball, boys tennis, swim, track, and beach volleyball, which is actually what I just got back from, are doing great and having a great start and pretty much almost getting close to the end of our season. So I'm very excited to see how we all finish this year. Thank you. So last week we ended up having what we called our March Madness Spirit Week. So the theme for it was March Madness themed. You either dressed up as one theme versus another theme. So it was kind of like a versus battle kind of thing. So Monday we had black versus blue. Tuesday we had hero versus villain. Wednesday we had baseball versus basketball, just because both of those seasons are kind of happening right now. On Thursday, it was St. Patrick's Day, so we kind of just had like a wear green thing going on, and in the next slide, you'll see kind of why. And then on Friday, we had a country versus coast day, and then you can see a couple of our students, including me, in those pictures. And then that same week, every day we had a different activity or something fun to do. So Monday, we passed out chocolate coins and chocolate shamrocks to anybody who was walking by, just being like, oh, do you want chocolate? I know you want chocolate. Just as kind of like a give to our students. Tuesday, we had a water balloon toss just because it was a little warmer, and we had a great turnout, and we ended up giving t-shirts out to the winners. Wednesday, we had a St. Patrick's Day themed photo booth. And then Thursday, which is my favorite day of all, we had a scavenger hunt. So basically what we did is that morning, our ASB class went out and put 100 little plastic coins all over campus. 20 of them were numbered 1 through 20, and they had gift cards attached to them. One had a number on it or like a symbol on it that's related to a big prize, which ended up being AirPods. And then the next 80 ended up being just, if you could bring it to the ASB room, you got chocolate and stuff for it because they were in easier spots, which I thought was such a great idea. A few of our students had planned this right before COVID, but then COVID hit March 13th, so we weren't able to do it. So it was actually really cool to see how we progressed into getting better prizes and all this 2 years later. And I honestly think that this is a super fun event that we'll keep doing every year. And then Friday we had a pot of gold game, which was kind of throw a Frisbee into the pot of gold. So it was fun to see students come out and do that. We also had our senior meeting on March 9th, which I was very excited to see, but it was also very bittersweet. The contracts are due the 25th, I believe, to our English teachers, and we basically as seniors got to see the calendar and everything that is going on for us seniors within the next few months. On March 18th, we had our Unified Bulldog game, which is, I love every event that Buena does, but it's probably one of my favorite things that we do. It's so fun to see all the students come together and cheer on fellow Bulldogs. We played against Cam and we sadly lost, but other than that, we had a great time. We won against the teachers though, so that was good. And we have a few upcoming events. So for food fair, as you can see in the top right corner, we had a food fair meeting with all of our club leaders, club heads, which is going to happen on April 29th. On May 7th, we're having a new event, which we're calling Buena Fest. We haven't really worked out all the fine details, but it's basically going to be a carnival theme, kind of like food fair. So other clubs have an opportunity to raise money. We're in the planning for prom. Our Ren Rally is March 31st, which we're very excited. It's going to be inside this year. And we just got confirmation that we can have a lot more students than we thought we were going to be able to have. And then we have a blood drive on March 4th, which is this Thursday. And that's just what's up with Buena lately.
Thank you, Ella. Much appreciated. And I thought I recognized you in one of those pictures at the beginning of the presentation. Well done. Let's see. Logan, are we able to have audio?
Can you guys hear me?
All right, you're on, Logan.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, you guys. I hope you guys are having a great Tuesday. And I will be going through our activities for the month of March. We have our food fair that is coming up this Friday, and that is going to be an amazing event. It's always one of my most cherished events throughout the years, and I really love being able to go outside and see all of these different clubs and get an opportunity to talk to them about what they are up to, and I also get to have a nice bit of food. So the food fair is where clubs get to organize a food for tickets, and people on campus can go and buy tickets at our student store, and they're able to buy food on campus and see the amazing clubs. We had our Clover Find and Spirit Day on St. Patrick's Day. So we set up around 40 clovers around campus. I think we had 30 3-leafs and 10 4-leafs, and we had them all around campus, and we had Lucky Charms as prizes. We had big boxes for the 4-leaf clovers, and then we had little cereal bars, the Lucky Charms cereal bars, as the ones for the 3-leaf clovers. And our Spirit Day was called Lucky Cougars, where we wore green, and yeah, the turnout was very well. Yeah. We had a blood drive last week, which went really well, actually. I think our turnout was probably one of the best that we've had in a while. We held it in the Main Street gym, and it was for people in the community as well as our students, for people that are over 16 and could donate. We had an intramural going on for the first couple of weeks of January, and it was Capture the Flag, and the winners are going to get a VHS shirt, and we're doing that on the senior lawn. So that is a very cool event that is going on right now. Okay. And now we got the Coffer Coffee Pot, which is right next to our school, to sponsor our school and make a drink, which was really cool. It's called the Coogie Coffee. So students are able to go over there, which is right next to campus, and try the drink that we designed for them. And if this will play, there's a little clip of our Coogie doing some advertising on the corner. And yeah, it actually turned out really well than and more, like there was more support than I thought there was going to be. A lot of people were able to make it because it's so close to campus and try it out. Okay, let's see. And then we also had our Avid Shadow Day, which was really cool to see a bunch of new faces on campus and see the shadowing coming back to campus, which hasn't been there in a while. They came into our stagecraft class, which I was a part of, and it was really cool to be able to teach them stuff and see how amazing the next class is going to be coming into Ventura. Then they also did a field trip to the Hamilton show, which was in LA, which I thought was fantastic. And it was a great way for them to get closer to their Avid partner, as well as getting closer to the faculty that was a part of their shadowing day, which I thought was a great opportunity. Ooh. Okay, we had our alumni, Kyle Harvey, that donated 100 tickets to our school, and we raffled them off through a Google forum. And it was really cool to see people get excited to see one of our alumni, and it was amazing to see the support that he gave to our school. And then some of our upcoming events are the What Improv Troupe has a performance this Thursday and Friday, I believe. Friday and Saturday maybe, and March 25th and 26th, I'm sorry. And I think it's going to be very cool to see them perform again. Our spring musical, which is Charlie Brown, is going to be at the end of April. We have prom, which is slated for May 7th. Powder Puff is coming up as well, which is going to be really exciting. We're just trying to finalize the details. And we have Sadie's, which is actually going to be in May this year due to the cluster of events that are happening after spring break. And yeah, thank you guys.
Logan, I'm sure the whole crowd this evening would appreciate if you could stand up and show us that Coogie shuffle. No? All right. That was great. Thanks, Logan. You always do a great report. Much appreciated. Also with us this evening, we have Nina Segura from VASE. Nina, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Take it away.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nina Segura, the student representative for Ventura Adult and Continuing Education. VASES students and staff celebrated St. Patrick's Day as the community. Students from our 5280 location were invited to take a spin on the Lucky Leprechaun wheel. ESL and high school equivalency students received gift cards and some sweet prizes. You can see by the smiling faces, everyone had a lot of fun. It was a great way to promote a positive culture on campus. TDC Studios was asked once again to lend a hand in the live streaming of the annual First Robotics Regional Competition held at Port of Wainini under the guidance of bass production technician Timothy Oglesby. 2 students from our studio production program helped set up equipment for the 2-weekend event. They ran the camera switching and live streaming software. Participating were some very special judges, Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg, Dr. Julie Judd, and our very own Director Principal, Carolyn Van Walker, who has supported the First Robotics Regionals for the last several years since Trustee Valma Lomax brought this amazing event to Ventura County. 20 students completed the Para-Educator Education Support Professionalism Preparation course taught by Jackie Lopez. Students learn skills to better prepare them to apply for a position within the district and ended the course with mock interviews conducted by HR professionals. VUSD has hired 33 graduates as paraprofessionals from this program. Since our last board meeting, these fabulous CTE graduates were hired by these companies. A huge thank you to Forefront Dermatology, Miramar Manufacturing, Ventura Unified School District, Crescendo, Life Tech Resources, and GoDex for supporting our CTE programs. VASE is excited to announce our new ESL classes located at Data Middle School. Free classes are available Monday and Wednesday evenings from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. New students may enroll in the data office, online at VASE's website, or in the classroom. Our instructor, Marcus Van, who grew up on the avenue, is thrilled to be returning to his neighborhood. Google Academy is returning to America's Job and Career Center, located near the collection. Students will learn how to navigate the Google Suite from a certified Google instructor. Classes start soon, so sign up now. Everyone is invited to the Ventura County Concert Band on Sunday, April 3rd at 3 p.m. in the Ventura High School Auditorium. The band, under the direction of Dr. Julie Judd, will be highlighting popular music from big bands, show tunes, and marches. The concert is hosted by VUSD and Ventura Adult and Continuing Education, and it's free. Mark your calendars. We can't wait to see you at our concert. And that's VASE's Good News Report.
Nina, I have to add, because I know she was just too humble, but your very own director, Carolyn Van Walker, received the Shining Star Award from First Robotics for everything she's done over the years to support the students and judging the first kids. So I know there was a picture and it was supposed to be in there, but I also know how humble she is. So there you go, Carolyn. You can't get out of it.
That's right. Congrats.
Thank you, Nina. Much appreciated. Another great report. And I certainly love watching the results. You guys always focus on results, and it's wonderful to see the graduates getting jobs. That's absolutely amazing. And I know that the board had made a priority of building that pipeline to our paraeducator professionals, and you guys have done that, and we're starting to see the results for that. So thank you so much for that. And congratulations to you, Dr. Van Walker there. Carolyn, I see you. You're hiding in the lower corner there, but you can't hide. Congratulations to you on your recognition. And now that concludes the superintendent's report this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Thank you, Ella, Nina, and Logan for your reports. Just fantastic, like always. Such great news. And that moves us to our agenda item number 12, correspondence. Dr. Rice, any correspondence?
Not at this time.
Great, thank you so much. And that'll move to number 13, our public comments. Ms. Queros?
Yes, good evening. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to provide your thoughts this evening. If you would like to make a live audio public comment this evening, please use the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen at this time. If you are calling in via phone and are not on the Zoom app or the website, then I will call upon you if I do see a phone number there. As always, the board will need to refrain from discussing your comments as you make them due to requirements of the Brown Act, but they are paying attention, they are listening, and they do value your input. At this time, if you do want to make a public comment, you must use that raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. At the end of the first person's comments, when they are done, that is when we'll close the public comments section area and we'll not be able to call upon anyone else that hasn't raised their hand at that time. We'll be timing everyone for 3 minutes and I'll let you know when you can begin. And I'll give you a 30-second warning as well. Our first public comment tonight is Mr. Galindo. Ruben, are you there? Mr. Galindo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so you have 3 minutes. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Board President Matt Alvarez, Vice President Sabrina Rodriguez, board members, Superintendent Dr. Rice, staff, and friends. My name is Ruben Galindo, and I am the Technology Project Specialist in the Technology Department here at VUSD. As we get closer to the end of this difficult year, I am reminded of how amazing our staff is here at VUSD. How even going through the COVID pandemic, we all had to adjust our everyday lives and also be flexible to help the needs of VUSD in order to support our students. But I am also sad to report that in my personal experience, returning to my department, it has been challenging and been met with opposition from my supervisors. As I am sure that I will be met with retaliation for speaking out today, I can no longer be silent. We need new leadership in the technology department so that way we can function as a whole once again. For the past few years, I have been treated by management with distrust and employment discrimination due to my past union involvement. Many of my duties that I've held for several years have now been stripped away, and any leadership role I had in the department are now null and void. I have been on a special assignment since October of 2019, where my duties do not reflect my job skills. While performing these new job duties in 2019, I requested help several times from my supervisor and from HR, but all of my requests have fallen into deaf ears. Because of this, I re-injured my back and missed about a year of my life while I recovered from my second back surgery. On returning to my department in 2021, I was optimistic that things would be better. Boy, was I wrong. I am still on a modified schedule, and I fear that management just wants me to feel frustrated and quit, or what I fear the most, re-injuring myself once again. I am certain that management wants me gone because of my recent review last week. My supervisor told me to my face that he is trying to prove that to the district that we no longer need my position. A goal without a plan is just a wish. And my goal this evening is to inform everyone of what is happening in the background in my department and a plan for things to come to a peaceful resolution. We are now losing quality people in our department texts that have been there for many years in our district.
Time is up. I'm sorry, Mr. Galindo, but that was 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up, I see, one second, sorry. I see Ms. Peak, VESPA president, and she will be the last public speaker for this evening. If you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi there, you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carol Peak, and I am the proud president of the Ventura Education Support Professional Association. First and foremost, I want to thank the VESPA negotiation team for all their hard work, their diligence, and for always advocating for our members. Our members help and support our students, so I appreciate all they do for them. Without ESPs, VUSD could not run. We deserve to be acknowledged, appreciated, and respected as a foundation of student learning. I'm grateful and proud to be part of the gratitude awards that were issued out to our HR department. Everyone, keep up the good work. You are noticed and you are thanked for all that you do. Thank you all. Keep up the good work and keep being VESPA strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is it for tonight's public comments. Back to you, President Almaraz.
Thank you so much. That moves us to our agenda item number 14, our action items. 14A, administrative recommendation for student expulsion. Approval for administrative recommendation regarding student expulsion number 22-09.
So
we accept staff's recommendation regarding student 2209.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Callahan. It's not here on the screen. Trustee Callahan.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Trustee Almaraz.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
That moves us to item number 14B, approval of A to G improvement grant. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Almaraz and trustees. Before I get started on the presentation, I want to give all board members and the public some general context. During the March 8th meeting, we, along with a discussion of CTE and A through G and graduation requirements, provided some background information that was really timely and time sensitive that we had received the day before. So on March 7th, the state had released the funding allocations for the A to G improvement grants. So we had brought what that total amount was, which we'll be getting into a little bit later, and then also provided the framework and the general guidelines for that grant. Typically, what would then happen is we would bring this back in a different manner. But as I go through the presentation, you'll understand the way that the statute was written was very time sensitive. So although this item is placed on the agenda for action, feel free that based on what is presented today and the following questions that myself and Dr. Bayless and any other contributors can add, we are very, very comfortable and would accept a delay of this action item, or we can move forward with approval, but know that our plan is, and you'll see some of the requirements embedded in this plan, we will plan either way to bring forward an enhanced plan at some future date. So either way, I just wanted to share with the public that typically we would not proceed this way, but given how this rolled out from the state, we wanted to be compliant for a couple of reasons, and we can get into that in the Q&A portion. So with that, I'll go ahead and move forward. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Okay. Just orienting my screen so I can see everyone. I assume you can see the A to G improvement grant. Okay, excellent. So I will provide an overview, and then as we get closer to the plan, I'll be asking for Dr. Bellis to weigh in. as was provided last time in a different format, the slides that you see are by and large taken from a statewide webinar that occurred last week, in fact. We've been provided guidance and support from the state, but as I said before, this has been an interesting rollout from the state, so we want to make sure that you have the kind of information that we've been provided as well. So the A to G plan for number one is primarily, and you'll see this in the plan, what we must do, although we are allowed to do other things, but what we must do is address A to G access for our unduplicated student population, which is consistent in this plan, being our English learners, our foster youth, and our low-income students. In number two, you'll note that we had an option. Either way, we needed to identify students who received a D or F in an A to G course. But in terms of at what time they were identified, the data that we'll provide later, just as it is one particular metric, was taken from the 21-22 spring semester. And we can talk about what the rationale for that was. Also, what's really important, and you'll note a little bit of the nuance as we get into the plan, the design of this particular funding source is intended to supplement, not supplant. And I know typically we see that language with our federal funds. So although this is not a federal grant, this spirit and the letter of the law in the statute is intended for us to add these resources to existing plans. And so you'll see in one of the slides that we will look at the way that our current 21-24 Lcap is structured. So that way you can understand where, in some cases, we've avoided using particular language in this plan, although you would say, why wouldn't we do that? And in other areas where we're a little bit more comfortable indicating that we are building upon existing allocations and existing plans. And then finally, there's a section in the plan where we have to address specifically how our unduplicated students meet A to G requirements for the University of California system altogether. Okay, so in terms of the nuance, this rolled out in a very interesting way. As I stated before, the general framework came to you in a board item with great purpose in the March 8th meeting. Today, it is being brought as a subsequent item in a regularly scheduled board meeting. However, what's interesting is if you take a look at the Ed Code, it is only stipulated that we develop a plan on or before April 1st, but it does not necessarily state that that plan must be approved on or before April 1st, hence giving us the ability to provide this input to you, take any feedback that you might have. Again, if you feel comfortable approving the plan as it's currently postulated, then we would, we would come back with a revised plan when we get into some of the more meatier elements of ensuring that this is an actionable plan. And in terms, I'm not going to go through this slide in totality, but you'll see where there are eligible expenditures. Just as a reminder that you'll see the eligible expenditures that we are recommending not only align with the requirements for eligible expenditures, but also have to align with the guidance related to supplement, not supplant. As we stated during the March 8th meeting, there are a couple of timelines that we have to adhere to. Although we can spend this money over multiple years, we are required by December of 2023 to report how we are utilizing these funds. And as you can see there that we have until 2026 to report final outcomes. They're looking for interim metrics and interim expenditures throughout the period of the grant. And these are actions taken from our current approved 21-24 Lcap. I am bringing to your attention the areas in red because of the fact that we would look at areas where the board has already given guidance based on our current Lcap goals and approved funding that is already allocated through supplemental and concentration funding. Therefore, as we look at the plan, the way that we structure the potential action items have to be in addition to these actions with their accompanying funding sources. So in action 1.6, you'll note that we've already allocated additional supplemental and concentration dollars to support personnel for the monitoring of the academic progress of English learners. And that is something that we are actively doing. And I would invite Dr. Molinar at some time when we have questions to share about how that progress monitoring is looking. In action 1.7, we have resources already allocated for utilization of AVID and concurrent enrollments, as well as our ability to provide for fees and other associated costs to ensure that students are not in any way that there are no barriers, there are fewer barriers for them to be able to access, in particular, concurrent and dual enrollment options. And then lastly, in Action 2.3, we have a designated foster and homeless youth liaison that is funded. So when we think about who are some of the individuals that will support us in this work, we have an individual that is dedicated for this purpose. And so I just wanted to make sure that the board and the public understands that although you may not see these types of actions, with one exception, there is a reason for it, because we must increase and enhance upon existing services. Okay, so before I get into this plan, I'm going to blow up my screen in just a moment. Are there any questions just about the parameters and guidelines that we are dealing with? President Almaraz?
I see no from Trustee Lomax and Rodriguez. Trustee Danberg, no. Trustee Callahan, I'm not seeing her on my screen. Oh, it looks like a no. And I don't have any questions. Go ahead, Dr. Castro. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, President Almaraz. Okay. Oops. Okay. And again, I want to thank Dr. Bayless for his partnership in developing this plan, to remind the board and the general public that we spent quite some time, a lengthy discussion in our March 8th meeting, talking about some of the successes and challenges our district faces in ensuring that all students have access and appropriate outcomes in our A to G progress. So what you'll see here is, as aligned with the guidance, the top section indicates how we are going to ensure greater focused efforts for foster youth, low income, and our English learners. And the focus there is on data utilization. As you previously saw, we can provide different types of AP data to you, but what is going to be unique as we move through this grant is to be able to disaggregate this data by a variety of metrics. And that currently represents not only a challenge, but an opportunity for us as a district to set in place new reporting requirements. So that way we can meet our new reporting mechanisms, so we can meet our interim reporting requirements, but then also in that process, be better off in the way that we can monitor our A to G progress. In this next section, I'll go ahead and defer to Dr. Bayless, but what you'll see is calling out attention to some of the opportunities and challenges that each of our unduplicated students face meeting this section.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Castro. Good evening, everybody. This section really centers on some of the conversation that we had at the previous board meeting regarding the impediments to students' A to G completion and the area of critical importance, if you recall, number one reason as to why students either don't become A to G or fall off A to G at some point is the DNF rate. So you'll see the DNF rate prominently addressed in this in that portion of the plan. Oh, thanks. There it is. I'll also just outline that there's 3 separate groups that the plan requires us to specifically address, and we've done so here. And I think it's noteworthy to at least express what the challenges are for those groups specifically, because to fulfill the spirit of this portion of the grant. First, for low-income students, the DNF, as we know in all of our discussions about DNF rates, our DNF rate is higher for those students. And we also know that because of that, that's true at the middle school, those students are more likely to be placed in math readiness and earth science in their freshman year. So therefore, this plan needs to address interventions and summer opportunities for enhanced, supplemented summer opportunities for remediation so that students have a better chance at starting high school placed in an A to G track course. Second, for English learners, and I'm not sure if this came up in our last meeting, but it's important to note that if a student is not reclassified prior to the sophomore year and they're continued to be placed in English as a second language course, ESL courses, those English courses are not UC A to G. So only one English course in a student's 4-year high school career as an English learner can count towards A to G. So it's really critical that we do everything we can to reclassify students and get them mainstreamed into college prep English by their sophomore year. And of course, foster youth, AB 216, as I think you all know, allows students who are foster youth to graduate with a diploma conforming to state minimum graduation requirements. But of course, our goal is to have them move towards A to G completion as well. So enhanced counselor outreach, enhanced data, early identification and supports for those students. So Dr. Castor, hopefully I've done a good job of expressing the specifics of that part of the grant.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bayless. And I'm going to go ahead and having trouble getting more information on this screen without it shifting to another screen. So before we move on to the next, actually the only second page, it's a very brief plan. You'll note the total. So the total amount of allocation that our district received is over $1 million. You will note also at the bottom of the page, this was our best attempt to get actionable data as it relates to the number of students in the 2021 spring semester enrolled in A to G courses that were identified as having received a D or an F. And I know it's confusing because you see the 2010 and it looks like a year. That would be about just over 2,000 students in total who had received a D or an F in A to G eligible courses. And so that's when I talked earlier about having an opportunity and a challenge as it relates to data disaggregation. You can imagine that this is going to be a challenge to then break this down by course, by student group over time. And so this is something that we're quite honestly looking forward to having the resources and the focus to be able to do. Okay. And Dr. Bayless covered that last portion of that slide, so I'm going to move on. What you see called out before we get into the budget, the proposed budget, is just basically a description of what I had discussed before, which is we must demonstrate that these funds are not used to supplement or supplant existing plans and existing resources already dedicated to many of these functions. So that's what you'll find in that section. In terms of the planned expenditures, if you were wondering, well, why is it, why wouldn't it be 525,000? These are big numbers where we're thinking about what it would take in order to have increased opportunities district-wide. So I'm going to go through what we have here, and then I will pause and open it up for questions and clarification. Essentially, as we go through each action, we would increase the number of honors and AP courses district-wide. The AP courses would be obviously the immediate. We can think about things like reducing the number of students in those classes while increasing the identified students that perhaps may not have been initially identified as an AP student. There are I'll pause a moment and go back. There was a statement in one of the previous boxes that identified that we would be looking and collaborating with districts that have had successful models. There are not only districts in our county, but districts across the state that have done these processes. And so we wouldn't have to make them up. We would be able to take a look at what they've done and implement relatively quickly. In the next line, you'll see an allocation that is very, very specific to this focus. A to G makeup courses, remediation courses during summer and during the regular school year. What you may hear as Dr. Bayless and I discussing is real-time remediation. Here's where we feel comfortable expanding upon AVID. We recognize that AVID is an evidence-based supplement and support to get students who otherwise would not be thinking that college is in their future, the ability to be thinking like that and have the support to do so. We can expand access to AVID, and we would not be supplementing or supplanting. However, it is important to note that this would require a tremendous amount of outreach to students and families in order to bolster our AVID enrollments, and then also to support teachers to be able to provide quality AVID enrichment and support. And then after that, it gets a little bit easier in terms of the wording. We have professional development that's provided across the district in this identification and support for broader A to G access. We have committees that we would want to support, many of which you have already given us direction as a staff that you would like us to address, namely college and career readiness. And I want to note college and career readiness, not college or career readiness, and the discussion about potentially addressing a revision of our current graduation requirements. The assigned development, monitoring, generation, and training of reporting metrics. To be totally candid, we're not exactly sure where this would reside, but we do know that we will need dedicated personnel to support the district office and sites in coordinating uniform access to metrics in real time. So that way it's not onerous to be able to run these reports. And then finally, the ability for us to track longitudinal outcomes. There are agencies that we could to utilize for this purpose, and that's what's intended there. So President Almaraz, that completes my report, and I look forward to responding to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Trustee Lomax?
I don't have any questions. I just appreciate the information. I do want to make sure that we're there to support not only the students, but the teachers through this process, because that's very, very important. So thank you.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yeah, no real questions other just I want to continue to raise my concern. While I know this plan doesn't directly address our special education students, I want to make sure they have access. And it's been brought to my attention that in some cases they could have more access if they didn't have the directed studies course, which may not be as useful as some as this might be for them. So just ask that we look at that possibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Callahan.
Yeah, I think this looks fabulous, and I appreciate the alignment specifically with the Lcap and calling out those specific areas. I also love to see that there's that bold statement that's written in there about reclassifying, so that way our English learners or our emerging multilingual students have their B requirement by sophomore year. I think those are some of the bold statements that we want to be seeing, and it's exciting to be able to have this opportunity to be sharing it. I also want to commend the team to have a developed plan by April 1st. We were just on meetings last week from the CDE to be watching you and witnessing you and your flexibility and how you are able to be so nimble. And yet again, another area where we are planning and possibly building the plane as we're trying to fly it is really well done. And to be anchoring it to all of our existing plans and our direction, I really just commend the team around that. I do want to share that in here, I'm kind of looking at the plan and curious again, and I know there's going to be some more detail down the way. And I am also aware that this is, a little over $1 million. And so is looking around counselors, and specifically, is there a need for counselors to also be kind of written into this to help support and move the needle as far as implementation and next steps for outcomes. So that was the only thing that I had. Thank you for all you're doing.
Trustee Rodriguez?
I had a question regarding, so you identified the 2010 students from the 2020-2021 year, right? That would meet the criteria. I'm assuming, let's say 20% of those kids have since graduated. So does that mean that you can still, you're not identifying the remaining 1,800 students or 1,500 students as the cohort that we're focusing on? We're just using that number as a guidepost. Is that?
Trustee Rodriguez, you're correct. We wanted to establish a metric that allows us to know what our baseline is, and you are again correct in determining that these would be the remediation supports would be for currently enrolled students only.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. And I think these are great supports, and as you noted, much of this we're already doing, but we need to be doing even more to make sure that we're helping get these kids back on track. And for some kids who weren't on track even pre-pandemic, to help them find this this pathway moving forward. So thank you for the work.
Yes, and also thank you for the work on, obviously supplementing services in the Lcap and the learning recovery plan is so key right now. So, just seeing us really supporting all our students, but also our most effective is really exciting to see what we can really do for them for the future. Thank you so much, Dr. Castro.
So this is an action item, correct?
Yes, it is. We'll look for a motion.
I'm just trying to read the text here.
Yeah, I propose a motion to approve the A through G improvement grant as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And that brings us to agenda item 14C, approval of K through 12 school plans for student achievement for the 2021-22 school year. K-12 school plans for student achievement for also the 2021-22 school. They were submitted for your review at the last regularly scheduled board meeting. Dr. Castro.
Thank you again, President Almaraz. As a reminder, the board received access to the SIPSAs via board memo excuse me, on March 3rd. The public had an opportunity to reach out to the district office to review these SIPSAs. Should you tonight approve them, we will have some redacting to do of some student names, and then they will be, as they are every year, posted to the website for the remainder of the year.
I move approval of the SIPSA plans.
Second.
Oh, we'll give it to Jerry.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Before we move on to our next item, I believe our students have hopefully gone already, but they're more than welcome to be excused from the meeting tonight to focus on their schoolwork. That moves us to 14D, consideration for approval to enter into a contract with Hanover Research.
Okay, thank you again, President Almaraz and trustees. Tonight, again, we are implementing a relatively new process in that any of our contracts that exceed approximately $25,000, you've asked to come forward to you for action. If for whatever reason you don't have enough information or background information, we'd be very happy to take your feedback and bring it back at a different time. As an attachment in the item, you had an example, excuse me, you had the contract language specifically. What I'm going to do is share my screen to talk about the nature of what we're trying to accomplish through this potential partnership with Hanover Research. So I'm going to share my screen. One One of the reasons that we are considering this partnership with Hanover Research relates to the need to be able to truly take a look at how our Title I funding, how effective it is. I do want to state before I get into some of these guiding questions, this is work that will be done in coordination with our Title I principals. During our first one or two Title I principal meetings this year, I was very transparent with them in terms of the fact that we were looking this direction because, as we know, dealing with and addressing issues related to poverty is some of the most challenging and most complex work that not only we do in our district, but that we have the opportunity to do statewide. So consequently, you noted in the report, in the item description, that Title I funds would be used to be able to support this work. But what will they be doing? Over the course of a year, in 6 to 8 week segments, based on the contract that you have in front of you, we would be looking at our theory of change for application for Title I funding. What is it? How do we use it? How do we allocate it? How can we best ensure that the funding is used for a way to amplify access? And we talked a little bit ago about A to G access for our low-income students. This work also will dovetail with that with that focus. How can we improve the district use of Title I funds is another guiding question that our researchers will dig into. How do our students perform at Title I schools relative to Ventura peers? One thing that I would like to add, this isn't really the discussion here, but I do want to revisit some work and presentations that we've done over the last year, which is focusing on student growth. This is, in my opinion, this is not an exercise in looking at achievement differences between schools and across districts. What we are looking at is our ability to help students make more growth within a year's time than we would typically see. And that's one of our challenges. And then in terms of the Title I impact on student achievement, again, I would say that as well there. When we look at student achievement, it is not unidimensional. It is not just focusing on test scores. We are taking a look holistically at SEL outcomes. We are taking a look at parent engagement and all the multi-factor issues that support ultimately what students achieve. And so I will stop sharing now and ask any questions that you might have.
Trustees, do you have any questions? If so, raise your hand, please. I don't think we have any questions. Except, sorry, Trustee Cullen, I was looking for you. It's like Hollywood Squares here. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing this, and I appreciate the efforts around this particular area. I guess I just had a couple questions in regards to, I know this is new, and I see here that says a custom membership with focus groups 1 year. Does this look like it's going to be an ongoing process? Am I echoing, or is it just you? Is it just me? Okay. So wondering about, is this something that would be a long term? Is it kind of a 1 year piece? I see that the expenditure right now is looking at $69,000. And I appreciate you bringing it forward. So thank you, because I know that's part of our new process and protocol.
Thank you, Trustee Callahan. We will have the option for this to be a multi-year project, but I wasn't comfortable not having done a project like this with not just Hanover Research. I don't want to say anything pejorative about them, but the scale and scope of this is something that we need to try on, and it needs to work for our districts. It needs to work specifically. It needs to work for our families. It needs to work for our students, our principals, our teachers, and everyone else that's engaged in this work of addressing the needs of our Title I students. So we want to make sure it's the right fit for our district before committing to a multi-year contract.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that. Go ahead.
I just wanted to jump in and add, Trustee Callahan, if you could mute yourself. There we go. Thank you. I just wanted to jump in and add that when Dr. Castro and I first began discussing this, The premium was on data collection and analysis, disaggregation, and making data-informed decisions. And we were trying to look for a place to start that inquiry, and I applaud Dr. Castro and his team for selecting our Title I schools. But my hope would be that the reputation that precedes Hanover Research works out well for us, because we do have many other areas. And I want to, for those folks in the public or on the call this evening who weren't at the special board meeting, I want to remind the board and just make a statement publicly that the direction that we were given, the clear direction we were given by the board, was to try to up our game, so to speak, in terms of providing a baseline level of service that serves all of our kids well in literacy, in credit remediation, and so in achievement in math and in English mastery, and all those areas that you asked us to address. Those were prior topics of discussion in this vein. So in other words, if this works out well for us in the inquiry of how Title I is serving our students and families, then we have other lines of inquiry that we'd like to move forward with as well. For example, it's really hard to provide a baseline level of service when every school is using a different intervention curriculum, and there's no data to support which ones are most effective and which ones are least effective. That's something that has not been a strong suit in our district. And we talked about the culture of the district leaning more in the direction of site-based decision-making. And that's fine when it's working great and everybody's achieving at high levels. But when we're seeing needs and areas for growth, then I think Dr. Castro's plan of turning the attention to those other areas will definitely serve us well down the road.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I appreciate you taking, that was a lot of time that the staff as well as the board, but coming together around the special board meeting and talking about these things. And, none of these decisions, it really feels to me personally, and this is a statement, is being done in a vacuum. And so I guess a comment that I have is that, and I'm sure you guys are already looking into this, but as we're diving into this work and really exploring it and seeing how this fits, but that we're also looking at some of our areas like our SIPSAs, like our ELAC, like our school site council, and some of the work that we already have established, and really refining what we have as we are having these discoveries and these findings that we're learning from this type of deep dive and research, but that we're actually implementing it within and weaving it into things that we have been working on already. So there's that articulation that I also think is something that we have some great strides to make around. And I'm really excited to see work like this happening. So that was my only question. I completely support your work around this, and I commend you for amplifying access, as you put it, and starting with Title I would not be opposed. As people say, ripping out the Band-Aid and let's get to work for all. But I'm fine to take it in tiers as well.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. I really, and Dr. Castro, appreciate the intentionality of this. And with that, I will make a motion to approve the contract with Hanover Research.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And that brings us to 14E, consideration of new position, Director of Expanded Learning. Ms. Ballwitz?
Good evening. Thank you so much. This evening, I would like to bring to the board a consideration of a new director position for expanded learning. We have discussed the expanded learning opportunity program that has been brought to the attention based on new requirements from the California Department of Education to provide up to a 9-hour school day. So the regular school day of approximately 6 hours and then a 3-hour additional program. And so this position would be with specialized funding from the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. And it would be the person responsible for the development of those really high quality programs. The program is going from a handful of schools to across all of our school sites and serving thousands and thousands of students. And so to do the program in the proper way, we really need that leadership. It would also include overseeing the summer options that also are inclusive of that expanding learning program. And so some of our neighboring districts have gotten ahead of this and have posted positions and are beginning to hire. And so we want to ensure that we too have the opportunity to hire the best and brightest for our students. And so we are bringing this consideration of this new position to you this evening. And I look forward to answering any questions that you may have about this.
Great, thank you. Trustees, any questions?
I don't have a question, but I just want to emphasize that this is a position that's totally funded outside the general fund. So no general fund dollars are being spent on. Is that correct?
Correct. It would be multi-funded position, primarily through expanded learning opportunity and then potentially some Title I funds. If any general funds at all were to be used, it would be very minimal.
I'm not sure that we would need to do that right now, Dr. Dannenberg, but what I do want to share is that we, as long as the program for the summer options continues, it can be funded out of that as well, because this position would help to oversee the summer school programs.
Great. Trustee Lomax?
No questions.
Any other trustees? So we'll look for a motion for approval.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Yay.
That brings us to 14F, the VUSD and VUEA Memorandum of Understanding 2022 Summer School and 2022 Extended School Year Programs. Consideration for approval to attach VUSD and VUEA Memorandum of Understanding. Dr. Chandler.
Thank you so much. This first one is for our additional pay for our summer school teachers. And I want to say that we are so grateful for a great negotiations process with VUEA. So I really appreciate them. Any questions regarding this?
Can I just add, Dr. Chandler, if you could mute yourself.
I'm sorry.
I would invite Mr. Nelson to speak on this if he would like. I just wanted to second what you said and let the board know that it's been a priority of ours to do whatever we can to attract our teachers and instructional staff to work at a time when they are just flat out exhausted, and we recognize that. And so we try to work hand in hand with VUEA to make sure that we're maximizing compensation in a way that's responsible, but also attracts our own teachers to work with our own kids. And so I just want to thank Mr. Nelson and his negotiation team for working with us to make that happen. We know that the board and the community expects extensive offerings in the summer with our June Boost program and our regular session in our August. We have expanded those offerings the last few years. We'd love to be able to continue that. And the only way that we can do that is if we have our quality instructional team in place. So much appreciated.
Yeah, I kind of want to second it. really happy that we got this negotiated as quickly as we did, and I really appreciate the leadership on the district side to get this on the table. And it was quick and easy because everybody knows we need to do it, and we love serving the kids, and this is our opportunity to do even more. Dr. Rice is right as usual. We're exhausted, but that doesn't mean we're not going to be there, and we're not going to keep doing it. We're not going to keep moving forward. And we all know that teachers are half the story, the students are the other half, and then of course that's wrapping the whole thing is the ESPs. So we're making sure the schools actually work. So it's been a great joint effort, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, negotiating team from both sides, and we will look for a motion for this.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And that moves us to agenda item 14G, which is VUSD and VESPA, VESPA Memorandum of Understanding for 2022 summer school and 2022 extended school year programs. Again, Dr. Chandler.
Thank you so much, President Alvarez. This is the same type of agreement, but this is for VESPA. And again, we had, I would just say, an absolutely lovely time creating this agreement together. Our teams are getting along really well and working so collaboratively for the kids. And I just adore Jackie and Felix and Miss Carol Peak, of course. So Carol, would you like to say anything about this process?
I'm just going to say we feel the same way. The collaboration is amazing. We all are working for the same goal. And I appreciate the work we do together. I look forward to doing it, having more of that in the future. And I'm ever so grateful. So thank you. And thank Miss Gina Wallowitz. So grateful for her as well. And the whole VUSD negotiation team. Thank you so much. And a special shout out to our team, the VESPA team. We finally have a full team. We're doing great. And I appreciate all of you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And trustees, any questions regarding this?
I don't see any questions. I think Dr. Dannenberg is ready for a motion.
I'll be happy to make the motion. I move approval of this item.
And I will second, but I would just say really so appreciative of our ESPs and our teachers and our administrators who are willing to take on this summer. It has been a long year and a half, and to have people who are still willing to show up because they know it's right for kids means a lot. So with that, I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much, everyone. And that brings us to agenda item 15, which is our conference educational services. We'll start with 15A, consideration for review of history, social science, instructional materials for grades 6 through 8. Dr. Castro.
Thank you again, President Alvarez and trustees. I will very quickly hand this item over to the very capable hands of Dr. Bayless. Dr. Bayless, if you would.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Castro, and good evening once again, everybody. President Alvarez, trustees, Dr. Rice, staff, and public. I'm exceptionally pleased, as a former history teacher in particular, to bring to you tonight for your consideration a recommendation to adopt a new middle school grade 6 through 8 history social science curriculum for the first time in over 15 years. So I'd like to introduce a very special team, yes, applause worthy. I'd like to introduce a special team who led a cadre of fantastic middle school pilot teachers over what turned out to be quite a long process that was somewhat interrupted by COVID. And first, that's Sarah Gluck Perez. So Sarah, make sure you say hello. Once you say hi, so you rise up to the top of the screen.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm a secondary ELA TOSA. Happy to be here tonight to support this. Thank you.
And you might be asking, what is a secondary ELA TOSA doing on a history social science adoption? Well, almost all of our history social science teachers at the middle school level are also English teachers that Sarah knows extremely well. And of course, history is a partner with English in supporting EL students and literacy. So her work was critical to that. And this initiative's primary leader for the last 2+ years is Cabrillo history science teacher Carly Starn, who is not only this county's only active national board certified teacher in the county. And I got a chance, privilege to coach her through that process even prior to me coming to Ventura Unified. But she is the California Council for Social Studies Teacher of the Year for the state. So we have an elite group of leaders for this initiative. Only the best for history. So before I let Carly take it away, I'm going to share my screen here. I'm going to introduce the first slide. And again, I'll have her introduce the 3 representative pilot teachers who are here and a parent representative from our committee. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. Dramatic pause. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me go back to. You can see the slides? Okay. We'll just do it this way. Let me share with you first where we are in, again, what is an important process and a long process to see the context of. So in 2018, there was a publisher fair, and the way it works in middle school, I'll have Carly Starn describe how materials are selected by the state first for middle school that then districts can choose from. And we sent a cadre of teachers to that fair to start to examine materials. We had a review of those materials in all our departments. So we got all the materials, sent them to all of the middle school departments in the fall of 2019, pre-COVID. And then right before COVID, we had pilot teachers select materials. And then in the summer, we had them trained. And then beginning in the beginning of this year, we had Q1, the first pilot, Q2, the second pilot. And then most recently, last month, we had our adoption recommendation committee meeting made up of teachers, administrators, parents, district staff, et cetera. And so we land here today with a recommendation. And moving forward, pending school board approval, we would adopt, we would purchase, we would train and we would obsolete materials currently in use, et cetera, all so that we can start next fall, 2022 with that process. So I'll turn it over to Carly Starn. Carly, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless, and thank you to the board for your time this evening. First, I just want to say a huge thank you to the pilot teachers. We had 20 teachers participate in the pilot. And coming off the last couple of years, I was really pleased at the number of teachers who wanted to participate. We had teachers representing every school and a range of classes. We had TWI teachers, special ed teachers, GATE teachers. So we really had all of our students represented in this pilot. And I want to thank the teachers from the pilot who are with us here tonight, Daniel Flores, Lindsay Guzik, and Lori Curtis Abbey, and we'll hear from a couple of them in a little bit. And if we could go to the next slide, please. So for middle school, we are legally required to choose our pilot materials from a list of state-approved publishers. So there were 6 books that we were able to review. We had about 2 to 3 months for the school sites to look at them as a team and think about which books they would like to pilot. And then we had, during an in-service, on an in-service day, all of the middle school social studies teachers worked together to choose our top 2 books to pilot. And National Geographic and TCI were the top 2 choices for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So it made it very easy to move on in that process. For the state of California, what they were looking at when choosing which materials to approve for evaluation, they looked at alignment with the social studies standards and the framework, program organization, assessment, universal access, and instructional planning and support. For our team, we were looking at that in addition to a few other pieces. We wanted to make sure that it was going to fall with whatever we recommended would fall within the district's budget, that it had a focus on inquiry, which is a big piece of the California Social Studies framework, that it's Fair Act compliant, which is a state law that provides guidelines for instruction and materials, that it provides ethnic studies support to help support our district and state high school graduation requirements, the quality of universal access to support our English learners and our students with special needs. And then lastly, the quality of the supplemental materials. So in addition to the textbook, what else do the publishers provide? We were looking at the technology-based resources, the primary sources that they utilize, and then what assessments. What do the assessments look like? At the end of each quarter, we took a survey. We surveyed our students who were part of the pilot, the teachers who were part of the pilot, and then any families that had students in the pilot classes. And here's a couple examples of the questions that we asked. So we asked teachers, are the instructional materials understandable to all students, including students eligible for special education, English learners, and their students to achievement is either below or above that typical of their class or grade. And on the top line, you can see how teachers rated National Geographic on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being exceptional. And then the second line was TCI, the program that we piloted second quarter. And then we also looked at instructional and planning support. How do both programs help to support teachers in creating their plan? And again, the top line is how teachers rated rated the National Geographic program, and the second line is the TCI curriculum. And then the last one is how students felt about using the websites for both programs. And so the first chart is students, National Geographic. Blue indicates they felt that it was really easy to navigate the website, and red indicating that it was more difficult. The first chart is for National Geographic. The second one is for TCI. Then after we completed the pilot, first and second quarter, we put together a committee. We invited families with students. Well, first of all, families with students in the pilot classes were notified at the beginning of the year that their students were going to be participating in the pilot, and they were given an opportunity to view the materials that they would see first and second quarter. And then, like I said, we surveyed families at the end of each pilot period. And then after the second pilot, we sent out a message to all families who were in the pilot classes, seeking people to apply to be part of the adoption recommendation committee. We had 7 parents apply, and we had 4, and the 7 parents represented 4 of our middle schools. We also had 4 administrators or their appointed representatives, and then the pilot teachers were part of the committee as well. And then we gave all middle school and incoming middle school families access to the digital curriculum so that they would have an opportunity to view it. And then lastly, we met and prepared our recommendation. And so again, this was looking at our first quarter program, which was National Geographic, and our second quarter program, TCI. And I would like to invite our parent representative, Carolyn Grimm, to talk about the committee vote.
Hello. Hi, I'm Carolyn Grimm. Is it too dark in here? I'm not even. Okay. I see myself. Not that I like to see myself. Anyway, so I was part of the committee. We had several teachers from all the middle schools represented. We talked about the differences between Nat Geo and TCI. And before the meeting, I had spoken to my son, several of his classmates, and got his perspective on the access and what he thought about National Geo versus TCI. I had an opportunity to review the online access, and between then and now, I've also dug deep in the workbooks and the actual books. And TCI just was unanimously easy access, understandable, challenging. The materials were, they coincided really well with each other, the workbook, the book, and the online access. I spoke to special ed teachers, and particularly one who works with the blind, really liked the text-to-speech that it provided. I learned about how you can adjust in the TCI to the Lexile levels to bring the curriculum down or up levels according to each student. So I really was impressed by the TCI, and I just wanted to speak on behalf of our committee and the other parents that were there, that we were just really impressed and are hoping that not only do we get TCI, we're hoping to get workbooks and classroom sets in the classroom, because it's just really important for all kinds of access and their ability to, if they don't have internet access, they have the ability to have the actual books. If you have any other questions, please feel free.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
And so just to reiterate, 100% of our pilot teachers voted to recommend TCI as the curriculum. 100% of the parents supported that recommendation. 100% of the administrators, as well as the curriculum and instruction department. And then I would like to invite Lindsay Guzik and Daniel Flores to speak about our recommendation.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Guzik. I am a 7th and 8th grade English and History and Social Studies teacher at Sunset K-8 for 7th and 8th grade. I served on the piloting committee from the very beginning back in 2018. And I'm going to kind of read this prepared statement, but it's the committee's unanimous recommendation to submit TCI to the VUSD board as unanimously recommended middle school history social studies curriculum. TCI was definitely more engaging, more appropriate for students at all abilities. It had great differentiation built into it, and it was better aligned to state standards and framework. Students also found the website much easier to navigate, and teachers found the website much easier to navigate as well. I did find, unfortunately, with National Geographic, that the website was so hard to navigate that I actually rebuilt the curriculum in Canvas, which I did not have to do with TCI. And we also found that the introductory activities for each chapter helped students connect the content of history to their modern lives and world. I think that TCI was clearly a curriculum written by teachers, and it made a really great narrative, so it was great at storytelling. The National Geographic, it had some beautiful pictures, which you would expect, and that's important, but it was very much written as articles and less as a narrative, and I had to fill in a lot of information while I was piloting National Geographic. So I strongly recommend TCI, and I also would just like to say that serving on this pilot committee was the best experience I've ever had serving on a committee, and I'm so grateful for the other pilot teachers, for the professionalism, the collaboration, and for Carly's leadership. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lindsay, and thank you, Carly and Dr. Bayless. I'm Daniel Flores. I'm a 7th grade world geography teacher at Cabrillo Middle School. And Lindsay, you already covered the connection part. I think that's one of the strong points of TCI. I think a couple of things is really important for the community and the board to know about the TCI curriculum is that it's very strong supporting English learners. There's a lot of opportunities for graphic organizers, visuals, drawings, vocabulary development. I think it's really important for the curriculum to really support our English learners. And there's so many opportunities for games in the TCI curriculum. And I think it does a really, really great job. So that's number one. Number two, I would say that when we were talking about really finding a curriculum for social studies, it was really important to find a curriculum that would be really easy, not just for teachers that have been teaching for a long time, but for brand new teachers that are going to be starting this curriculum next year. I think everything about TCI just is really turnkey. Even a brand new teacher can deliver really great, engaging lessons for their students. So I think that was one of the strong points about TCI. I will also echo just what Carolyn and Lindsay also mentioned. We as pilot teachers had the opportunity to not only have the digital version of the curriculum, but we also had class sets, physical copies in the classroom, and we also had physical workbooks in the classroom as well. I do want to emphasize that digital fatigue is real with our students. I would say probably about 2/3 of students like using their Chromebooks. A lot more of the students really like physical books where they can read it, where they can engage with the text, where they can write, they can draw, they can annotate, etc. So I do want to say to the board, I highly encourage us to really do what's best for all of our students. And having the digital version is of course a great resource, but really encourage us to giving our students the option of having the physical copies and maybe like a nice class set in the library as well, just in case a student needs to take one home, etc. I've seen that some students really, really prefer that. And I think that's a really important option for us to provide for our students. And while I'm on the microphone, I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Bayless and especially Carly Starn, who has just done an exceptional job organizing this pilot. I had everything I needed, and I really, really just want to thank you both and Sarah Gluck-Bettis for just supporting us through this process. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, well, thank you very much. Carolyn, Ms. Guzik, Maestro Flores, thank you guys so much. So happy to take some questions. And this is a conference item, and we'll bring this back the following board meeting.
Now we're going to go in our traditional order. Trustee Lomax.
The questions I was going to ask, the last two speakers answered. I appreciated the input about talking to your student, your child, because it's one thing for us as teachers to understand or to be excited about it, but I was very curious if the students were excited about it. So thank you very much. And thank you for taking the time to do this. And I'm glad to see that we're moving on with something that might be a little bit more relevant and engaging. Very important that we get things that kids want to learn with and in their language, so to speak, because education, as we know, can be somewhat boring to these young kids that are used to getting it all just like this. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Yeah, all of my questions will be answered, but I do want to thank you for including the parent voice in this, letting them take a look at the materials ahead of time and have a say. So I think that was an excellent move. Thank you.
Trustee Callahan.
I too. This has been a great presentation. I was a former middle school history teacher, humanities. So this in History Alive I used. I don't know if we're allowed to kind of share that disclosure, but I did have one question. I'm noticing, and pardon, thank you for bringing this, Dr. Bayless, to us. 15 years adoption, as we know, in history or humanities is a little expired. So I appreciate that. I am looking at the copyright dates though of 2017. And of course, we know that this is before some very transformational movements that we all know about, from Black Lives Matters on to Me Too movement, as well as some other pieces. And so I just had some questions about that. They don't need to be answered tonight. But just, before, when we kind of look into this, that is one thing that I'm looking at is the copyright date. And does the publisher, TCI, the publishing company, will they be able to provide some supplementals as history evolves and is alive? Hopefully they can be providing us some updated materials as well. So again, more of a question, but can absolutely be tabled and be answered at a separate time since this is a conference item. And the second, or maybe now third question, is cost. So what does cost look like? Of course, workbooks, if we have a class set, will be reproducibles, but the digital version will be, I'm assuming, a subscription-based annual cost. So just some of those numbers are great. And I commend you for this process. It's well done. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Callahan. I'm happy to answer those questions in a board letter, but I think I can do them really quickly by saying that 2017 publishing date is still after the FAIR Act, and the FAIR Act covers a lot of the topics in the state of California and how things should be taught and what the provisions are for adopting. So it's FAIR Act compliant, number one, that's really important. And number two, it is digital, so it does get updated. And three, the purchase price, just to put it in perspective, our most recent history social science purchase was about $700,000 for 3 years of history at the high school level. This is about $400,000 to $500,000 with the recommended purchase by the teachers, which is class sets of books and the student consumable workbooks and the 7-year full access license, which includes full Spanish access as well, digital.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless. Any more questions, Trustee Callahan? Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you all for your time and for looking into this. I had a couple of questions. Actually, I had the one of my questions was about the price. So I'm glad to see that we are moving forward with the recommendation from the committee to purchase the consumables so that kids have those in hand. But I was curious, because the FAIR Act is something that is new, and I think although, this district certainly has supported it long before it was a state requirement, that can be kind of contentious in today's highly charged political world. And so I was just curious, did you get any feedback from families with regard to how things were covered?
That's a great question and a really important question to answer. And I'll invite the pilot teachers, Carly in particular. Many of the questions went to her, and I was able to support on a few. I'll say that we did not experience many questions related to the content as it relates to national conversations about race or other critical race theory. So those did not come up from parents. Carly, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right. I had a couple emails from parents just wanting to know how to access the materials, and once they reviewed everything, they had no further questions. And
I'll just offer too that remember the FAIR Act passed in 2016, applied in 2016, and so essentially it covers all the groups whose voices and stories are required to be included in history in the state of California, and so everything that the state listed, those 6 textbooks, obviously these 2 that we piloted in TCI, the one that we're recommending is a part of that list, so they are FAIR Act compliant, and it covers the required in-depth studies of those groups. And it also, the FAIR Act outlines that instruction in California cannot reflect adversely upon students for any characteristic, any identity, et cetera. So it's a great guide for California, and we're really fortunate to have that protection and that guidance.
Ms. Gusick, I saw you had your hand up earlier.
Hi, I work in an area that the demographics are a bit more conservative than the larger Ventura County as a whole. I did have 2 parents come to me with concerns, and I would like to repeat what Carly said. Once I gave them access to the information and to the curriculums, they came back to me and they felt very comfortable. I did answer a few other logistical questions for them and how I run my classroom, of course, but they felt very comfortable with it. So I feel that both curriculums honestly did a great job of being extremely inclusive, you were really focused on world history and then U.S. history in 8th grade. And I think it did a great job of giving a great worldview that was inclusive without being derogatory towards any group. So I felt very comfortable with it, and I felt very comfortable with the parents' feedback on it.
Great.
Maybe the last thing I'll offer, thanks, Lindsay. The last thing I'll offer is that one of the benefits of all digital curriculum is that we can make it accessible to parents so they can see it during the process, the pilot process. And we did that. And so there's no surprises for parents. So we're really pleased that that's a feature of sort of the new digital access world that we're in.
Great. Thank you. I really appreciate that, because these are issues that we as a board hear from parents about, right? Oftentimes because people don't understand how these things are being implemented and what the sort of, what the reason behind it is, and what incredible sensitivity our teachers have when they have these hard conversations with kids. But it's good to know that the underlying textbook that we're adopting handles these things in a way that is appropriate as well, because what we want to do is encourage kids to ask questions, right, and to think for themselves, and to be inquisitive lifelong learners, and to have a balanced view of history, which many in my generation don't have. So it's great that we're moving forward. Anyway, thank you for your time and effort. Really appreciate it.
And this is the benefit of going last. Everybody's asked my questions for me. So thank you so much to everybody. And I just wanted to really kind of piggyback on Maestro Flores, which is great seeing him here. But definitely having access to some of these books in the library for students that want to definitely have the ability to check them out outside of that. So definitely that's something to look into, please. So thank you so much. And with that, we'll look forward to that coming back to us. So thank you so much. And that will move us to agenda item 15B, student voice update. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Alvarez, trustees. The board has been exploring increased access and focus on student voice on a variety of levels. The discussions have included the potential role of student board members, data that we gather from students, and their ability to report the needs that they have, their role on the campuses in shaping the leadership opportunities, but in a real way that affects the way that they are educated and the lives that they lead on their campuses. And then also in the middle of all of that, just determining how we use all of those data sources to effectively help them understand that what they do and what they believe matters in our district. So at your request, we've placed this board item on the agenda to give you an opportunity to provide us additional direction in any of these areas. We had a planning meeting that didn't get to take place earlier today. So I want to make sure that everyone recognizes that we're coming into this discussion just without a little bit of direction. But what you have the opportunity to do, we have a couple of principals that have taken your direction. All of our principals, I should say, have taken your direction. We have a couple of principals ready to be able to share some of the work that's been done, focusing on our principal role, meeting with students on their campuses, what I think you called a principal advisory. So we are open to whatever direction you would like this discussion to go. And President Alvarez, please let us know how would you like to proceed?
I think for tonight, we'd love to hear from our principals on their perspective on it, and then we'll table the rest of it till we can meet again as a group to share with the rest of the board. If Trustee Lomax, if that's okay, since we're the committee members for this.
Actually, I'm on the committee with Velma.
Yeah, there's some confusion because Sabrina's
that's why I was like, we had a committee meeting scheduled.
It didn't take place. I think what we should do is, first of all, I really do want to hear from the principals, but I feel like we're getting a little bit of the cart before the horse. And partially because we haven't been able to meet as often as we should. And with COVID and everything, we know how messed up everything is. But my view of this, my vision of this was that is different from the good news. I don't want to get rid of the good news. I think the good news from the schools is very, very important. That we need to get the information from the kids, from the students that are going to be the representatives. We're all talking as adults, as board members, as administrators, as principals, but we haven't included students. I've had some students email me saying they want, after hearing about it, watching a meeting, or someone watched a meeting and told them about it, and they would like to have a voice in how this gets created. So I think we need to pause, although I'd love to hear from the principal, since you are on our meeting tonight and you stuck with us here, what you've heard so far from your students. But I think that we need to have a planning meeting that includes more stakeholders, because the kids are the bottom line is, this is about the kids and the kids having a voice, not us telling the kids what their voice should be. And I feel responsible that I didn't get on this in the beginning to make sure that we should have done it the other way around, where the kids had the voice first, because how can we call it student voice if we've told them how it's going to operate? That's my personal opinion. And I'm not being critical of anyone but myself, because I didn't follow up on this like I should. So please don't anyone take that personally. We can do this and we'll do what's right for kids and it'll get done. But I think we just have to take a pause. Any other, where are you? I can't see you. Oh, there you are, Hollywood Squares President Almaraz. You moved. Should we just go through our regular order?
Yes, Trustee Dannenberg.
I'm with Velma. If we're not ready to really discuss this, I would like to hear from our principals since they are with us, but I think there's more work to be done on this. So I'll hold any other questions till later.
And Trustee Callahan, you had your hand up also.
I know, thank you. And I don't want to sound critical by any means, but I just want to kind of go into process. And so we have created a committee for a reason. And I believe it's my understanding the two board representative committees is President Lomax and Vice President, not President Lomax, Trustee Lomax, sorry, President Almaraz, and Vice President Rodriguez. And I know I can't keep saying I'm new, but I'm relatively new in how our committees work. And I will share that once we start getting into committee work, I know that exponentially the process is going to take longer, rightfully so. Okay. But I feel that it's also a way to streamline decisions and knowing that our board representatives are going to go out and kind of decipher which stakeholders need to be included, of course, including students, and doing the work. So that way, when we have it agendized for a board meeting, then we can have very concerted, essential questions to address. Because if not, we're just going to be talking to talk. So that might have sounded a little bit harsh, but I do feel that committee work needs to be, there's a reason for having committee work. And so if we're just kind of leaving it as an open discussion, just to chat, there's no direction. I struggle with that. And I struggle with that because I want to honor everyone's time and the process. So I would love to, have our leads kind of go back and come back to us as a board with some directive of what questions we would like to discuss as a team after you have some, concerted bullet points and direction for us to kind of look at. So those are but I do feel that since our principals are here, I would like to hear it. I mean, they're with us, 2 hours into our regular special board meeting. I would like to hear what they have to say. And I do also want to kind of emphasize, and I know we are all here, but this is on us as a board. We have been talking about this since I have been on the board. And so I know that, Trustee Lomax, this is something that she's definitely interested in and something that she wants to, get up and running. I know, President Almaraz as well, but we need to kind of do a little bit of a huddle ourselves to look at what is it going to take to make the plan and take the next step. And I'm willing to help in on this because I really do feel there's consensus that something needs to happen, but in a way we're kind of tripping over each other, and we need to kind of dig deep in how are we going to be effective and make sure that next time we take allocated time on an agenda that we're coming prepared, ready to act and move things forward.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah, I agree on that second part. I was surprised to see it on the agenda because of the fact that the subcommittee hadn't met yet, and so we had nothing to report. I think the reason for having a committee is so that we can get together, do some of the legwork, do some interviewing, meet with people, and not take up a ton of staff time and not take up a ton of board time, and then come back with some of the options for all of us to decide together. But I think, to borrow Velma's term, we're putting the cart before the horse at this point. So I think it's just helpful to hear from our principals, and then we'll come back when we have something to share.
Great, thank you. And I'll take responsibility for the committee for the confusion. I believe I may be the alternate for the committee, and being that obviously it is a very passionate thing. I went to many CSBA meetings for this exact agenda item. So we're very passionate. We're all very passionate about this, our student voices. So I think that may have been where the confusion lies. But today was more of a brainstorming on kind of the way we're going to present this agenda item today. So I apologize as a board president of us not being prepared on this. And if I can get consensus, I don't feel I have consensus from the board on that. Do we want the principals to share their thoughts tonight, or we want them to wait? Do we want them to share their thoughts tonight, and then we'll table it to the next meeting? I got consensus. Principals, thank you for being here. I am sorry. We do not want to waste your time. Your jobs are so hard, and we appreciate you so much. So with that, Dr. Castro, I will let you facilitate.
Okay, thank you, President Alvarez and trustees. Before I hand it off, first we'll go to Principal Naras, and then we'll go to Dr. Asplund. I recognize the fact that we are in an exploratory phase here. However, I also want to share that this is a shared priority by our staff and our students. We are meeting them where they have stepped up at every point. I'll go ahead and give a shout out to our Lcap committee meeting coming up. You'll be hearing from that how our principals, several of whom are here, have engaged focus groups to be able to inform us about the types of questions they would like to be asked on that survey, to then inform the kinds of decisions and guidance that you will provide us. So this is we are very invested in this process. And with that, I'll turn it over to Principal Naras.
Thank you all, and good evening. It's good to see everybody. At Pacific High School, we survey students a lot, and we do have a principal advisory council that meets biweekly. They welcomed the opportunity to look over the Lcap survey and offered a little bit of input. And they're really excited about participating in bigger, broader discussions within the district. Pacific High School students have a lot of opinions and want to be heard. And what I'm finding with this particular group this year is they don't mind hearing no, as long as they really understand the reason behind those. They don't always know, why can't the cafeteria just, walk down the street to Vaughn's and get, this or that. They want to know, the ins and outs of those decisions. And so they often ask thoughtful questions. But the Lcap survey, they looked through every question, offered some feedback, even wanted to add a couple questions. And I think they'll be very interested in future opportunities to work with the board and district leadership. Is that basically what you wanted to hear, right? Okay.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the brevity, especially given that we're looking for, looks like just some updates. So Dr. Asplin, if you would.
Yes, I want to share that at Buena, we have a Buena student forum, and I asked teachers to select students. So we have about 30 students, and I asked for a lot of diversity. And we're just meeting the spring semester. We've had 5 sessions so far, and we have 3 more planned. And each week we picked a different topic. And I have to say, this is my 5th year as a principal. And I have found this to be one of the most important things I've done and one of the highlights, and wish I would have done it before. So we'll pick a topic like, let's talk about homework. Let's talk about classwork. Let's talk about lessons that teachers do that you like and you value. Let's talk about your social emotional needs. Are we meeting them? What do you need from us? What homework do you value? What homework do you not value? Do you feel safe? What can we do to make the campus feel safer? What about our dances? We've had several topics, and we have this week we're talking about athletics. It's been amazing. They've been honest, and it's been really valuable to hear from them. We do surveys, and you can learn a lot from a survey, but just having those conversations with students and getting a sampling has been powerful. There's been days I've walked out of the meeting and gone and changed something that they asked me or that they felt strongly about. So, and sometimes they tell me things I didn't know were happening. And so it's been pretty powerful. So I want to thank you for whatever it's going to look like in the future. I don't know, but the fact that you said student voice is important and sit down and listen to students, and I thought, okay, well, let's do that. It's been really important. So we've been taking notes, and we haven't shared yet with teachers some of our findings and some of the concerns of the students, but we're planning on kind of highlighting some central themes that came out of our discussions with students.
Well, thank you, principals, for just being present, but I think probably more importantly, thank you for being a safe place and an active place to be able to give our students a voice in what we do and the way that we shape their lives on our campuses in our district. President Almaraz, that concludes our discussion, if you are done.
Thank you so much. And we will table that for another future discussion. Thank you so much for your time, principals, tonight. And that moves us to our agenda item 16, Conference for Human Resources. Earlier tonight, 16A was pulled from the agenda, so that moves us to our consent calendar. It is recommended that the department item number 17 through 21 below be approved as presented. All items listed under consent are considered to be routine and may be enacted by approval of a single motion. There'll be no separate discussion on these items. However, any item may be removed for the consent agenda upon request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. Any board member have any items that need to be pulled?
I would like to pull one.
Okay. Which?
And the only one I would like to pull is 17B, and it was specifically just to be able to read the companies and review. Well, you know what? We're not reading them because there's so many. But it was to give a shout out to the companies that are a part of the VUSD industry advisory board. Thank you, Dr. Rickard, for bringing this to our attention, and the Career Technical Education and Innovation Department for our approval. But the membership and roster of this advisory board is quite impressive, and it literally is pages and pages. And so I do hope that we post it. I know obviously everyone has access to our agenda, but if we can post this far and wide, it's very, very impressive. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Callahan. We're very, very proud of the partnerships that we've created in our district, starting, of course, with Dr. Chandler's efforts. And then I've stepped in her spot trying to do as well as she has. And just want to point out that this roster is a growing living document. We add partners all the time. So, that is definitely going to change and increase in number. And yes, we can definitely post that. And we are always grateful to our partners and very grateful that you noticed how many we have.
And with that, I will look for someone to entertain a motion for approval of consent items 17 through 21.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And that moves us to our board reports. Trustee Lomax?
I'm going to not give any in light of the time.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yeah, just a few things real quick. Again, I was honored last week to be able to attend some of the gratitude awards. It's just great to see our people recognizing each other for the work they do, and thank Dr. Rice for his organizing and continuing to move that. Then last week, I was able to spend some time in Lori Curtis Savvy's class on helping her students get ready for their trip to the Museum of Tolerance, teaching them how to teach ties. And it always amazes me that the girls can do it better than the boys. But it's always a good time to be with the students, and enjoyed that. Then I was able to attend the social justice presentation on Asian Pacific Islanders. Very great series. It's been going on all year, and just commend the staff for putting that together. And finally, I attended the East Side Community Council representing the district there. And one of the things that was said there, it was said by City Council Member Mike Johnson, and Dr. Rice, you might want to respond to this, is he was talking about participating in the Declining Enrollment Committee, and he made the statement that we will be closing schools, or we need to be closing schools, and we haven't heard any of that yet as a total board. So maybe something, an update for the community is where we're at with the Declining Enrollment Committee and what we're looking at. Thank you.
I'm on that committee, and maybe I should make a quick board report. When you're looking at declining enrollment, what was said was that you have to look at the whole picture, that is a possibility, but we did not discuss closing schools or what we were going to do. In fact, at this point, the committee elected their chair and their co-chair, and we haven't completely been given a charge of what we're expected to do. So that will be coming all out in the future, but he's got, again, a little bit of the cart before the horse. I've said that more than once tonight. I apologize, but but that committee is meeting, it is rolling along. And no, not yet.
I will just say, I was on a meeting with the committee chair this past weekend, and that same statement was made. So I do think some clarification needs to be made.
Trustee Callahan.
Yes, I want to say thank you. Mainly, I would love to give a shout out to our Lcap that is tomorrow at 8:30 and 5:30. Is that correct? But please, this is a time and a process. I represent the board on that. And this is a time and a process for us to be soliciting and hearing feedback for next steps around the Lcap plan. And so that is tomorrow. And then I also wanted to share out that there has been a lot of interest around the Decline Enrollment Committee and some of our next steps around that. And so Trustee Rodriguez and I had an opportunity to do a presentation, maybe a few Sundays ago. And this topic came up, as well as masking and our updates around that. And I also had the opportunity this past month to work with the college community council. And again, the topic around enrollment, the decline in enrollment. So it's really top of mind. And then I would also like to share, I'm here in person at VASE, and it's because I'm starting to get acclimated, because we will be meeting in person, I'm sure, very, very soon here. And I look forward to that, because obviously Monday was a very big day as far as recommended but optional masking for our schools and students. That's all the updates I have. I guess one thing that I also wanted to share, this was actually with my work, but I had the opportunity this weekend to attend the CALSA Women Leadership Network IMNF conference, our first inaugural one, with our own daughter from Ventura Unified, who's in 5th grade here. And so I do encourage and hope that we will be sending a team next year, and quite possibly maybe we send some of our very own student voice students, whatever that may be, to attend as well. They definitely, the conference organizers were looking to say, who else? And definitely I was like, well, of course, our Ventura Unified folks. It would be great to have a team and a cohort go down to that conference. I think next year it'll be up in Santa Clara area. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez.
Sure, thank you. So this past week, last week, we had a chance to participate in Ledge Action Week for CSBA, and President Almaraz and I met with Jackie Irwin's team, with Steve Bennett's staff, and then with Monique Limon. And we spent quite a bit of time talking about important legislation that's impacting our schools. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the right. There we go. So we talked about increasing the base funding through LCFF and how important it is for us moving forward to have a strong base funding model that was not just looking at COLA, but really was addressing the kind of changing dynamics in public schools. We talked about school employer pension relief and how that is impacting all of our districts. We discussed the ADA relief model and like the various ways that the legislature is looking at addressing ADA and how that might impact us as districts. We spoke about increased funding for home to school transportation and the importance of providing a variety of models. Several districts spoke about electric school buses and how great they are if you're a flat district or not that large, but doesn't work for everyone. And so really looking at a diversity of models. And apparently Oxnard just put in a charging station for their electric buses, and it was almost $500,000. So obviously for many districts, that's cost prohibitive. And then we also talked a little bit about so there's CSBA sponsored legislation around recalls and special elections. And so we spoke to our legislators about those issues. And I think the feedback was great. In addition, on Tuesday, I was part of the art show jurying committee. So as you know, June 4th, we have our all-district art show opening at the Ventura County Museum for the third year, and super excited about it. The art is amazing. Our kids are so talented, and there's just so much good art. It was really hard to narrow it down, but I think we selected 75 pieces of art for inclusion in the show. So that was great. And then on Friday morning, I attended the Ethnic and Social Justice Studies class presentations around I can never say the word right, hegemony. I need to have Ms. Ulau in the room to coach me. But what was great was that the students were talking about, they had like a 3 to 5 minute presentation around how our policies as a school district were either supporting or isolating students, and how those policies could change to really, be supportive of all students. A group of students addressed our transportation problems and talked about how they ride the city bus to school, which if they were a college student at VC, it would be free. And because there are students, they have to pay. And so there was just some really great feedback. In fact, those young women, not only did I encourage them to give us a public comment and share their information with us, but also am connecting them with Monique Lamone's office to talk about how we might be able to get some of that grant funding that the college has to support public bus access for our students. And then one group of students talked about neurodiverse learning and how those students feel in our classrooms, and the kinds of homework and grading policies that we might be able to implement to really support students with neurodiversity. So I thought it was great. I love what our ethnic and social justice studies classes are doing in terms of really looking at these policies. And they have more projects coming up. I would encourage you to attend. That's it.
Great. Thank you so much, Trustee Rodriguez. And stole all my thunder for our Ledge Week Action Week. But, you know, it's a true joy. I really like being in person. You know, every time this year, especially now, comes along, it really reminds me of all the mentors who had been part of the school board for such a long time. I think about Suzanne Kitchens and the time I spent with her in Sacramento, meeting with Assembly Member Lamone at that time, and with Senator Hannah Beth Jackson. So this was a really exciting, just a meet with one of the aides from Assembly Member Bennett's office, and then obviously with Senator Lamone, who is a former school board member. So she really just tells it like it is. I mean, she's not candy coating, and she just listens, and she really takes it in. And it just was another special time being able to spend with legislators to try to really get not only our community and the county, but our district additional funding, hopefully, so we can alleviate some of these important issues that every year we struggle. I think it was 52% of the districts in California already are dipping into reserves to pay for the school employee pension relief. And right now we're looking at June 30th that the relief we received during COVID is going to end. So we're hoping that they'll extend that, because we don't want to have to dip into reserves and really eliminate programs. And I'm not saying we are, but I'm saying eliminate programs, because as that interest rate goes up, the funding we get doesn't match it. So it's really important that we're able to speak on part of the school boards and speak with legislators who actually care about what they want to do for California schools. So thank you so much. And that moves us to coming events. Dr. Rice.
Thank you for throwing that up there for me. I appreciate that. Again, want to give a big shout out, as Trustee Callahan did, for our Lcap meetings tomorrow. Hopefully we can get a bunch of folks on there. Have a couple of very important parent committee meetings on the 23rd and 25th. Also, as has been mentioned, we will have our third meeting of the Declining Enrollment Committee. And I just want to say for the public record that we're not even at the options stage of that process yet. We're still in the process of sharing a mountain of data, including data disaggregated by race, by age, by grade span, by school, and every other way that we can slice and dice the data to share with our committee so they can make informed recommendations to the board. But we're not even yet at the options phase. That probably won't happen for another meeting or two. And then Teacher of the Month coming up, little hint, going to be at Pacific High. Won't say who, but looking forward to that. And our reminder to our parents and our students and staff that we are on spring break from April 4th through the 8th.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Any board members have any future events they'd like to share? All right, thank you. We'll move to future board items. Trustee Lomax. Trustee Danover.
No, just maybe an update on the what's going on with the Declining Enrollment Committee.
Trustee Callahan.
Thank you. I don't have any additional, but I think you already have it noted for an update on the student voice component.
Trustee Rodriguez. And no future board items for me. Board Superintendent comments. Trustee Lomax. Trustee Dannenberg. Trustee Callahan.
Sorry, I forgot about this one. I do encourage our public and our team, and I know this is comments, but it's also events for our SoCal Gas and the Ventura Public Forum. There's a series of 2 virtual events as well as an in-person, and that's coming up, I believe, can I believe it, already next week. Is that right, team? So please, I think we've sent it out via Parent Square. But it's really an important time for us to listen and learn. And I plan to be at least one of them, if not a couple of them. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez.
My only comment is March is the longest month in the school year. So if anybody is at any of our sites, and just be extra specially nice and kind, because people are exhausted. There are no days off in March and people are really running on the ragged edge now. So thanks to all of our staff who continue to show up and be gracious. And here's looking at spring break.
Definitely, I concur. And Dr. Rice, any comments from you?
Just wanted to share how much fun we had out delivering some more gratitude awards today, and especially down at Pierpont, where Principal Tyner received one of those awards, and the entire school came out. It was great. We got up on the stage in their special little quad area there, and Dr. Castro was there, Dr. Chandler, and it was just a lot of fun. So thanks a lot. Big shout out to Pierpont and Principal Tyner.
And that moves us to the end of the meeting, right? We don't see any need to go to closed session. We got to go back to closed session. So everyone, if you don't stay, have a great evening, a great rest of the week. We will be back as soon as we can. I'll see everybody in closed session. We'll let you know, Miss Queros. Well, good evening again, everyone, and we're out of closed session where no action was taken. So at this point, we're going to go back and redo the whole agenda again. No, just joking. We will look for an adjournment from the board.
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, was that Velma?
I was second, yeah.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
First, a big thank you to TDC Studios for staying up so late with us tonight. And yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes, and thank you to Vason, our closed captioner, who is hopefully long gone home. And yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Motion
you. Good
carries.
night.
And thank you, Ms. Dom and Ms. Guerros.
Yep.
As always.
Dr. Dannenberg, enjoy your vacation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks for doing this from Hawaii, Jerry.
Yeah, Jared.
Aloha.
He's got an hour difference, some hour difference. He can jump in the pool.